Hello, good morning, good afternoon. We'll wait maybe a couple of minutes before starting so we get a few more participants.
Okay.
I think we're good to start. Welcome everyone. Federico Hendricks from ESMAP Energy Access. And well, happy to be here having this conversation on demand-side subsidies, in particular about the lessons learned from pilots that EnDev has taken place, has implemented in Liberia and Niger. This is the first of a two-part webinar presenting EnDev's work on demand-side subsidies that will refer to as either end-user subsidies or subsidies in the context of this conversation. They have done this in 4 countries: Liberia, Niger, Malawi, and Uganda. We're covering the first 2 countries in this case. 2 weeks from now, I believe we'll be talking about the other 2. The focus of today's conversation is what does it take to implement these demand-side subsidies in the context of nascent markets. And by that, we're talking about off-grid solar markets and places in which these markets are not fully developed and where infrastructure is weak, which carries a few challenges to the implementation of programs in general, subsidy programs specifically. The goal of this conversation is not only to share the results of these pilots, but to have a conversation about the challenges we've had, the successes we've had, but also how we can take into consideration what we've learned in the pilots into bigger operations, in particular those of the World Bank. Just briefly before we start with the discussion about these 2 pilots, and a bit more generally why we talk about demand-side subsidies in particular. And I think a lot of you will already be familiar with the issues we face in energy access, and in particular the fact that we are not currently on track to reach universal access by 2030. We all know there are significant inequalities across different geographies, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, and across different population groups, whether it's low-income households, rural households, women, refugees, and the barriers to providing energy access, in particular through off-grid, or two main ones. That would be, on the one hand, what we call supply-side barriers, which are about market development and getting these products to the places where we find people that need energy access, and the other would be the limited ability to pay. Typically in our programs, we implement both supply-side subsidy interventions and demand-side subsidies. The former are primarily about getting to support companies to get to areas where these energy access solutions are needed. Demand-side subsidies are primarily about reducing price specifically for the population that are facing these affordability barriers. So it's more about targeting subsidies to those that need it the most without distorting all of the efforts we have done to support market development. EnDev have been working, as I said, on demand-side subsidies in these 4 countries for about 3 years now. They had a budget of 20 million euros to do it in 4 countries. That is 5 million euro in each of these countries. And in each case, they've figured out different ways of targeting subsidies to the poorest, to the marginalized, so that we can target them to those that need it the most and add on the market building interventions. Why we're interested in showing this as part of our ESMAP work is because we have been quite involved in the implementation of these subsidies together with EnDev. We've collaborated on the concept development, on the methodologies to implement it, and now we're trying to figure out how we can take those lessons learned into our energy access operations together with governments. This is work that we have done under the banner of the End User Subsidy Lab, in which we collaborate with EnDev, but also with industry, with GOGLA and the Clean Cooking Alliance, to learn about how we can implement these targeted subsidies wherever it is they're needed. I'm now going to hand over to Mirte from EnDev to walk us through the agenda for this specific event and introduce the speakers from both Liberia and Niger that will be participating. Thank you.
Thank you, Fede. Hello, everyone. My name is Mirte van der Spek. I work indeed for EnDev and will be moderating this session for today. After we briefly dive into the demand-side subsidy pilot, Maximilian Rijssel, the team lead in Liberia, will share a little bit about the pilot in Liberia, what it has achieved, but also what it has learned. Then we will move over to Attila Yerak, the team lead in Niger, who will do the same, but then for Niger. Hereafter, there is room for questions. So if you have any questions, write them in the chat or unmute after the 2 presentations have taken place. And then we will have a discussion centered around 3 key insights on what was learned with regards to implementing a demand-side subsidy in a nascent market. And then my colleague Fede will close today's webinar. So next slide, please. Thank you very much. So EnDev developed innovative demand-side subsidy approaches to facilitate access to energy to people living in extreme poverty, displaced populations, and who are all currently not reached by commercial markets. The pilot took place in 4 countries. Of today, 2 are highlighted, and in 2 weeks, indeed, the other 2 will be highlighted. And the overarching aim of the pilot was to contribute to the global learning and knowledge sharing, and as well to provide recommendations for future demand-side subsidy programs. Today, we will focus on what it means to implement a demand-side subsidy in a nascent market. And we learned that doing a DSS alone is not enough, maybe a spoiler. So having that said, I want to hand over to my colleague Maximilian for the DSS pilot in Liberia.
Yeah, thank you, Myrthe, and good afternoon, everyone. I think you already said DSS is not enough. That's also, I think, one of the lessons learned we definitely had in Liberia, and I'll come to that during the course of my presentation. So it's a pleasure to be with you here today and discuss demand-side subsidies and our pilot specifically that we implemented in Liberia in very close partnership with the World Bank and the Rural and Renewable Energy Agency and the lesser program. So where we basically offered a one-stop shop for participating companies, where from EnDev side we offered demand-side subsidies, and through the World Bank the government offered indirect subsidy, so basically a supply-side subsidy for this market. We launched this pilot at the end of 2023 together with our fund manager, BRAC Liberia, who was responsible for the technical implementation. But we actually only saw then the sales picking up 8-9 months later in August 2024, and I will go into the reasons for this also on the next slides. Our targeting approach was that we initially piloted this approach in 2 counties, in Bapulu and in Grand Cape Mount, which you see in the west here on the map. And over the course of the pilot expanded to an additional 6 counties, so in the end covering 8 counties in total. Later we added a sub-pilot targeting vulnerable women in Nimba and Bong, and overall supported here tier 1 solar home systems, and we capped the eligibility of these products at a maximum of 20 watts. The next slide, please. Our approach, we initially started off with a 20% subsidy level. That is compared to the subsidy levels we also see in the other pilots, comparatively low. Why we did this is because we used a geographic targeting approach. So we feared, so everyone in those counties was eligible for a flat subsidy, and we feared that using a higher subsidy might lead to market distortion and leakage, etc. So we started very conservatively with 20%. But over time, or that's one of the reasons why the uptake of the program was slow at the beginning, we realized then that this was too low, and then we conducted an additional affordability study. So this originally was based on a little bit older World Bank data, but after seeing that this level was not enough, we conducted an additional affordability study and then decided to increase based on that the DSS subsidy to 40%, which really helped to improve affordability of the project. And after that, we also saw a stark rise in sales. The second, so this was only one key one key solution to the problem we faced, but the other one was also that the extremely nascent market. So we worked with very young companies actually in this program, and who did not have working capital, they did not have access to financing, and they also didn't have the right systems in place to make the sales happen. And the main problem was actually stock. So we also did a lot after we realized that. We then worked a lot on BDS, business development support, supporting these companies. We implemented an accelerator together with a local bank for this, and then also especially through the partnership with REA and the World Bank, who were providing advance payments kind of from the beginning. We were able to equip the companies with the necessary working capital to get stock and products in country and get this program off the ground. Last part of this equation is the targeted sub-pilot. So as you see with this flat subsidy approach of the geographic subsidy, we could not actually target the absolutely poorest of the poor. And so we were constantly over time looking for data sets or databases that would allow us to also pilot the more subsidy, more targeted and higher subsidy. And we finally found this last year and cooperated with a women's cooperative through a voucher system where we offered up to 80% or an 80% subsidy on the product sold. Next slide, please. The results of this pilot you see on this slide. So we reached nearly 39,500, or we reached 39,590 people, which was just short of our target of 44,000, which we were quite happy with. And this includes 3,850 vulnerable women we reached through this voucher-based sub-pilot. Apart from this, quite extensive supply-side support we offer together with REA and the business development accelerator. And these activities also meant that capacities were built with the companies also for a future scale up, and which we are quite happy that we know that REA and the World Bank under the second phase of the LESSER program are intending to also scale this approach. So we're really happy that through our collaboration, we were able to demonstrate that demand-side subsidies are important and they work, and that we see a scale up here happening over the next years. Next slide, please. Key challenges and insights. I think I already touched on 2 points on my last slides, but basically we have this one challenge, which is market maturity. So we worked in an extremely nascent market here in Liberia, which meant that we did require supply side support to overcome the challenges connected with this. And here, the joint RVF we conducted with the World Bank, who provided the supply side support, was truly a game changer for us. And I think that goes in both directions. For us, it enabled the companies, to be capacitated to reach to those vulnerable customers in the first place. And I think most of the sales under the supply sides or the indirect subsidy RVF of the World Bank also actually went to DSS customers. So in both directions, we ensured that our joint or both programs reached their targets. The second topic is subsidy design and delivery. So we employed a geographic subsidy approach, which worked. But we also had to keep a more conservative subsidy level in order to not distort the market. And that in the end, of course, meant that we could not reach the absolutely poorest of the poor. For that, we piloted this voucher-based sub-pilot for women, which worked very well. But voucher-based also means a higher administrative effort. And I think that's something to keep in mind if you go down that route. And another point I want to make here is that I think this is like overarching, that when employing a market-based approach, I think there's always people, customer segments, like the absolutely poorest that you will not be able to reach no matter how high the subsidy. There's people, of course, out there who cannot even afford their nutrition. So how could they afford at the end of the month even like $1 for electricity? That on a affordability level basically. And I think the other challenge for reaching the poorest of the poor is also that companies will always go for the low-hanging fruit. So there will be villages that theoretically might even have the affordability to purchase those electricity or energy solutions, but there is no internet network, or the population density is so low, or there's not enough people that makes it attractive for companies. So I think that's also something to keep in mind if you want, depending on how far you want to reach. Overarching integrated subsidy delivery with social protection here would come in handy if you have the availability of this in your country. We were trying to work on this. Liberia is just building this also with World Bank support, but it wasn't available yet. But of course, if you have such a system, especially with a government mandate, and most importantly, which is widely accepted amongst the population, you can provide very tailored subsidies if you have that. And last but not least, I think this strong coordination and the joint effort to overcome our silos and work together with REA and the World Bank and all these stakeholders in this program really helped our joint target achievements and our joint delivery of this program. And we are very happy and grateful for this cooperation we have here with the World Bank colleagues. I think that's so far for Liberia, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Attila and later to our discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Attila.
Yeah, then thank you, Max. Thank you to be invited today here, and also good morning, good evening, good afternoon from my side. So happy to present you and give you an overview about the DSS pilot in Niger. So in Niger, we have applied a mix of demographic and geographical targeting by looking into communities which are hosting a large number of displaced people, like refugees, internally displaced people, and also communities which are not connected to the national grid, or they do have only a non-reliable access to mini-grid installation. One particularity here in Niger, which needs to be taken into account, is that in Niger, displaced people or displaced households are living all together with locals. So those are mixed up communities and not what we can see in some countries that refugees are living in an isolated way. So the aspect of not to create any social tension plays a crucial role here. And especially when you have now two different subgroups. At the one hand, you have host community members. At the other hand, you have displaced people, and the economic and financial situation of those households are different. And there are strong variation, and that is challenging in the design phase in setting an appropriated or uniformized subsidy level. At the one hand, you need to avoid any market distortion by setting the wrong subsidy level for a system. And at the other hand, you need to be non-discriminatory to avoid any social tensions. We try to solve this in the design phase by deciding to introduce a diversity of products that will be promoted. So at the one hand, we had Pico PV systems, tier 1, that are soil certified, which are where the commercial prices are much more cheaper and where the subsidies can be adapted a bit on the income or financial situation of refugee households. And then we had also solar home systems, which are much more larger, which have more technical benefits. And there the subsidy levels could be, for example, adapted more to the host community households where the income situation is much more stable and better than for refugees. So that was, during the design phase, the approach. Then one particularity we did have in Niger was that the fund manager was not a financial institution than in the other pilots. It was an international NGO with a lot of experience in the regions and in the field work. And this gave us a lot of advantage in implementing the project in the rural area. And also here, a World Bank engagement is foreseen. And last but not least, sales in Niger has taken place until May 26. This is a bit related to the fact that implementation in Niger started very, very lately. Next slide, please. Okay, so EnDev Niger was only introduced in mid-23 in Niger. So Niger is the youngest country in the country portfolio of EnDev. This means also we did not have a lot of experience or a track record in collaborating with the private sector and with the companies. Also, the data situation was a bit limited. We didn't know, well, okay, what are the historical sales data, how the performance can be assessed of those companies. So there were some essential information missing already when we were designing DSS Niger. That's also the reason why we have decided to be a bit conservative and to introduce a performance-based budget allocation system. So in the first step, we have attributed a budget or a certain number of systems to companies, which was in its number very limited. And then we had a period of 6 months where we wanted to assess the performance of those companies. The performance was assessed based on the fact, are companies capable to ensure a certain stock or product availability in the country? Because when we have started, no systems were available in the country to launch DSS. So the stock availability, the capacity to import products to Niger played a role in the assessment. Then we have looked, whether is the company able to build up its distribution network in the target areas. And also we wanted to assess a bit the sales performance of the companies. And then we, after the 6 months and after the assessment, unfortunately, there was very strong variations in the performance. And due to different reasons, I don't want to go into the detail, but at the end, we have decided to reduce the number of participating companies from 5 to 3. From project management perspective, that's a bit risky because we know already the capacities of the supply side are very limited. And by reducing now 40% of the companies who shall contribute to target achievement and outputs, that can also decrease the output capacity of the project in target achievement. But at the end, I need to say, it was the right decision. Because when we stayed engaged only with the most performing and most motivated companies, we were, from project perspective, able to deploy our project resources more effectively and more efficiently. And even if we reduce the numbers of the companies, it didn't have any impact on the results we have achieved at the end. So also, I think a lessons learned. It's important to work here with companies, even if it's a nascent market and even if capacities are limited. The motivation factor is really important here. And when we have designed our DSS in Niger, we targeted initially 3 communities, but already in the design phase, we have anticipated that there can be some external factors which can occur, that requires eventually expansion of the geographic coverage of the project. And this happened. I can give you an example. We have started or launched DSS in one community in the first step. The demand was exceptional. The supply side was not able, with the limited number of systems which were available, to respond to this demand. The demand was clearly accessing the supply. But after a certain time period, 2-3 months after, we saw that the market slumped completely down. There were no sales anymore. And this was related a bit to the security situation in the country, so that companies and sales agents were not anymore able to move freely around to reach the last mile, the customers, and the market broke really down from one day to another. And that's also important, to be adaptive, flexible, and also responsive, and to anticipate also those kind of challenges or factors you can't influence. And at the end, we have also increased, like in Liberia, the number of communities from 3 to 7 to have always also a certain flexibility here. Then one other particularity in the design was that we did the monthly disbursements to the companies on a the disbursements of the subsidies to the companies on a monthly basis. That's more or less a supply side measure, because the idea was, when we're doing the monthly disbursements on a monthly basis, we can keep the working capital of the companies on a certain level, which enables the possibility for companies to invest in their business operation and to invest in the business expansion or in the market outreach. And this had the monthly disbursement had another co-impact. It created also a kind of trust and confidence among the manufacturers, because for them, when they know, okay, there are monthly disbursements, for them also it's more easier to do a cash flow projection. And this also, at the end, it attracts manufacturers to enter to a nascent market like Niger. And I think here Spark took here a pioneering role. They took some risks. They re-entered the market, and I think the confidence to having established monthly disbursements affected this decision of Spark. And I think at the end we had a great product availability in the country during the implementation. There were I would say there were like 20,000 systems which were exported from Spark to the country and made us able to implement the project. Otherwise, it wouldn't work out, because we faced also a time period of 6 months where we needed to put the project on standby because there were no systems available. Okay, next. Okay, so I can present you only the results until December 25, because the last verification round is now in progress, but at the end of December 25, we have reached more than 20,000 people. And with the preliminary results, I can already spoiler that also the overall target achievement of 35,000, more than 35,000 people has been reached, but we need to wait for the final verification results. And I think, so to make you remember again, we are working here in a nascent market. We are entering, especially at local level, into a new market, which was not reached by the commercial market yet. So it's also very important to establish a well-organized, well-structured distribution network at local level, which enables companies the possibility to distribute and sell systems in a very cost-efficient way. And I think one important achievement and approach was to engage community members, to train community members, and to integrate community members into the distribution chain. At the same time, it was also obligation from our side to the companies that they need to establish a company presence, permanent company presence at local level, because you can mobilize community members in the last mile distribution chain, but it's also important that those community or those sales agents and technicians are well coordinated and working in a well coordinated manner. So for us, it was important that companies also establish a local warehouse or a selling point at local level and are coordinating the distribution closely with their community engagement managers. And the other advantage is when companies have a presence at local level, like in form of selling points or warehouses, you are creating a second distribution chain, because now you have the sales agents at one side. At the other side, you have also the possibility to do over-the-counter sales. And you are very close to the communities and accessible as company to the community. Okay, and even if this is not really measurable at this stage, but I think to stimulate the demand side through intense awareness raising and marketing campaigns are really crucial. And there it's really important to use multiple communication channels to identify the needs, to know the perception, and to design well, very well messages you want to use. And I think I would say in all our target communities, we achieved to have a highly, highly stimulated demand side. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. Okay, I will not go into the detail here because I think most of the points will be discussed in the panel discussion, but I want to give you a bit more context here. One other particularity in Niger was that we started implementation very lately, and then we faced also the situation of a long period of stock shortage or product shortage. So effectively, we had like only 8 months left to sell more than 10 or 11,000 systems. For a nascent market like Niger, that's a big, huge challenge. And then you have a supply side where the business models at the beginning are not adapted to an RBF or to market-based approaches, because there is a predominancy of humanitarian assistance in Niger. And also the business models of those companies we started with are really tender-driven and adapted to this humanitarian context. So there is only limited willingness to invest in business expansion or to invest to build up a distribution network in the target communities. And also a consequence here is also that you have always a limited availability of stocks. So what they did always was to go to Nigeria and import smaller quantities of products to sell those systems for 1-2 weeks. And then we were again faced with the situation that no systems were available. So that was challenging. And on the demand side, what we have observed in the beginning was, especially among displaced households, there was always a kind of free giveaway expectation to the project. And this is also highly shaped by the humanitarian assistance what was really predominant in Niger, but also very changing now. And there were also some negative user experiences with solar systems or solar technologies because the market, especially in Tawa and Maredi, was a bit fluctuated with cheap and low quality products from Nigeria. So that was also a challenge to change this perception. And okay, I will let it here, and the other points I will mention during the panel discussion.
All right, thank you so much, Attila. I saw there were already 2 questions in the chat. The first one is directed towards Max, whether you could share a little bit more about how the coordination between the World Bank and EnDev worked, because the coordination across multiple programs has been hard to achieve, with the companies, for example, able to report sales to both funders, or how was it structured?
Yeah, thank you, Merton, and thank you, Patrick, for the question. I think it's indeed a very good one. We, from the very early beginning of the program, we had the intention and, yeah, basically after discussions with the bank and the government here, we've from the beginning planned this as a one-stop shop, providing demand-side and supply-side subsidy. And so we started from, working on a joint operations manual, which already included both subsidies and included all the procedures, both from the World Bank side and as well as from the side of EnDev and BRAC as our fund manager. And then once we launched, we had all the relevant processes basically together, starting from the vetting of companies, processing company applications, making decisions on which companies received contracts. The contracts then, though, were separate, so each company had a contract with us, basically for demand-side subsidies, a company with the government for supply-side subsidies. Most companies had both. There were though instances where I think it was, if at all, companies that only had demand-side subsidies and not a supply-side subsidy contract because of availability of funding on the government side for this first initial RBF here. And that then continued throughout delivery. So companies would submit a single claim where they included all the products. It is now then also included, because we had a much tighter cap at 20 watts for our tier 1 systems. On the supply side, there was a support also to larger solar home systems. But all of these claims were then jointly processed. There was a single point of contact where a company submitted the claim to. Then we had one independent verification agent. So the verification was done jointly, the basically analysis of the outcome, and then only separate again the disbursement calculation and the disbursement. So we try to bring all necessary steps together to make sure that it's as little effort for the company as possible. And I understand that it's really hard. I think for us it really helped that we had very good and very good discussions from the very beginning with the bank's team and with the government here. And there was a joint willingness to really do this together, and that then worked out really well. Thanks.
Thanks, Max. And there's another question from Angel directed to Attila, whether you could share a little bit more about the verification approach you used in order to enable the monthly disbursements to the companies.
Okay, so I think overall, compared to the 3 other DSS pilots, in Niger we were a bit more exotic in our verification approach, because at the one hand we did it monthly. The reason I mentioned before, to keep the working capital high of the solar companies, to have a good cash flow projection for the manufacturer who serves the Nigerian market with solar products. At the other hand, we had a very high level of field verification, so which was clearly exceeding the minimum requirement at our level. I think we started with 30% of field verification of the sample size and 70% of telephonic or phone verification. This was also the reason for that was more or less to better learn about our pilot, how the pilot is adapted in the communities, and to quickly also understand what are the challenges we are facing on the field, because those kind of information can also can be found out mainly through the verification processes. And I think it was valuable, and we applied the 70-30 quota for like 4 or 5 months after we had a good learning level, and then it was reduced. I think, reduced to 90-10 or 80-20, and that was under the purpose that to make the verification process more efficient and more smoother and more quickly. So this is how it was designed and how the strategy was. In practice, this is very challenging to do a monthly verification, and I personally wouldn't repeat this again, because especially when you're implementing in a market where RBF implementation, where there is not a lot experience in implementing an RBF among the implementing partners. And then there are so many barriers and challenging to conduct the verification on the field at timely. We are already facing in the first verification steps when the companies need to submit their claims that they have difficulties to submit us the information or the documents in a proper manner. So there is always a lack of information, there is always data which is not correctly fulfilled, and this is causing always confusion and back and forward. But what we have seen is also that over time, verification round by verification round, that the expertise increased among the implementation partners, and also the quality of the documents, or the overall quality of the verification process increased rapidly. And this was also important, especially when you have a very short implementation timeline, to go through this learning process very quickly. And the monthly ones helped a lot.
Thank you, Attila. Looking at the time, I am going to move to the next bit. Any questions could be sent to us, and we will also produce a learning portfolio under the DSS, which sheds light on specific aspects of the different technical design elements of a demand-side subsidy, and verification will definitely be one of them. I am now very happy to introduce 2 new guests to continue the conversation. The first one is Mr. Shagunyan. I'm sorry, I think I made a typo or not. No. Thank you very much for being here. Commercial director at Spark. If you've noticed the pictures in the previous presentations, you saw that we work together a lot with Spark, so I'm happy that you are here. And secondly, Monsieur Haruna, who works at ANERSOL, the Nigerian agency for solar, linked to the government. So thank you very much for being here as well today. We have extracted 3 key lessons with regards to implementing subsidies in rural settings and nascent markets. So let's go towards the first lesson. Next slide, please. So, in nascent or barely existent markets like Niger and Liberia, Demand-side subsidies addressed only part of the many barriers that were faced. DSS can stimulate demand, but supply-side support, financial and technical, as the colleagues already mentioned, had to be deployed simultaneously. So DSS is often designed to address affordability, but affordability was only one part of the problem. What else had to be built in order to make the subsidies work? For Niger, Attila, the solar market hardly existed. What supply-side measures turned out to be essential for DSS to work?
I would say it didn't barely existed. There is a solar market, and there was also before a solar market. But I think we need to more question but it must be questioned, were the companies really RBF ready? Were the companies prepared to implement a market-based approach? Because that was a whole new thing. As I said, we had tender-driven business models. They did their business with solar, but it was tender-driven and not ready to implement an RBF like this. And of course, DSS is crucial and essential, because what is happening from the perspective of companies when you are reducing the end user price? By reducing the end user price in a certain community, for example, or a certain locality, you are creating in the first step a real potential sales market, which would never been otherwise reached by the commercial market. So there is a potential sales market available, where also companies are convinced they can sell there. But then the question on what you need to work is how this demand or this new market can be exploited, and how this potential can be exploited. And I think it's not an individual support measure on the demand or supply side you need to apply. You need to look into the whole value chain, upstream, but also downstream, and analyze and assess what are the barriers all along the distribution chain. What does it need to take that, for example, Shagun with Spark exports systems to Niger, and companies are able to sell those systems at the last mile. And in a nascent market like in Niger, there are a bunch of market barriers at both sides, and you need to address them. So it's a holistic approach. But back to your question, if you would, or maybe what I want to add is what is you need to build up in those new markets to exploit a market ecosystem, a distribution network, in favorable environment for the companies that are able to sell those systems. And now it's the question how quickly or in which extent companies can do this in a structured and organized way. And I think back to your question, so if I need to pick one support measure, then it would be the community engagement together with local authorities to identify local community members, to train them on technical aspects like the installation maintenance, to train them and coach them on marketing, communication, on sales, and to integrate them into the local energy value chain and bringing them in a business collaboration manner together with the solar companies. That was critical because making communities access to first-time electricity access, that's one thing, and which is great. But with DSS, for example, in those kind of markets, you have also the possibility to create other co-impacts and opportunities beyond of access. You can create green job opportunities. You can create a local energy expertise, which can also serve for the after-sales market. And the biggest benefit here is you are by making the community profit economically of the project. You are creating trust and you are creating ownership, not only for the project, but also for the technology and for the market. And I think that's, and I can also say our approach by engaging and mobilizing community members, that was even replicated by the companies themselves. And the companies are really risk averse in doing investments, but it worked so well. And at the end, more than 50% of all sales were initiated by those community members.
Thanks, Attila. I think that's very valuable insight. Max, could you shed some light on gaps you perhaps initially underestimated?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's mirroring basically also what Attila said, but we definitely also underestimated the nascency of the market at the very beginning. We had anticipated that there were at that time in 22, 23, like two larger SHS companies active in Liberia. And we had hoped to, mainly focus our engagement on working with them to deliver our targets. But once we started the RBF, we were on the ground. We realized that those companies were already contracted by another donor in a larger RBF program, so to say, and they already told us in the initial engagements, hey, we don't have the capacities to deliver on a second RBF, and we are already stretched too thinly. So we had to switch suddenly from thinking, okay, these two companies will deliver the bulk of our results, to working with much smaller, partly quite young companies who did not have that much, also some of them not having a lot of experience in the sector, but basically having much lower capacities to deliver. So I think that was definitely something we underestimated, and that also meant that we had to deliver much more company capacity building and business development support than what we had anticipated. And it also meant that this working capital constraint was actually really severe. I mean, if we would have known, right, we would have factored in advance payments and so on from the very beginning. But we didn't think that this need was there on that scale, but we realized there was simply no stock in the country. And these companies, they're small. They don't have the financial systems in place. They don't have audited accounts to get a loan from a bank. They can't afford. I mean, also they don't, they simply don't have the experience. Also with their suppliers, no one will ship them a full container, and they won't be able to provide the down payment for a full container. So I think that's definitely something where we had to work on to bring companies. I mean, first of all, on the financial level, to be able to afford it through advance payments, providing them with business development support, and then also connecting them with international suppliers, and also look at, for example, can they pool together to receive shipments, right? And I think that's some of the main measures that were necessary from our side.
Thanks. And Shagun, Spark, despite having heard all this, entered the Nigerian and Liberian market. Could you share some of your considerations why you did decide to do business there?
Thanks so much, everyone, for having me here. Yeah, Spark had limited presence in Niger and Liberia. We had a small partner base. The volumes for us were not very big. Liberia was once a strong market, but post-COVID, it really scaled down. Niger was always very exciting, but was always challenging to find the sustainable business models. And this program really gave us the reason to structure, to go deeper, expanding the partner base and increasing our market engagement. Biggest deterrent for any supplier is shipping stock into a market with no well-functioning distribution ecosystem. And what gave us confidence to take that step was essentially the program credibility. We knew the kind of serious institutional backing it had from EnDev, RVO, World Bank being all involved in the program in some way or the other, and who had commitment to work with the local companies. Because the subsidy alone wasn't enough. It was the ecosystem support which was there, which made the entry for us to bring in the risk capital and make it more a viable investment. And we really appreciate the long-term vision which the program had in terms of the development of the local companies through various intervention programs so that there can be a sustainable business model once the program is withdrawn as well. And we are already seeing that effect in these markets.
Thank you so much. Monsieur Aruna, I will ask the question in English, but it will be answered in French, and then Fede is so kind to help translate. Could you share from the government perspective what role programs like DSS can play aside from lowering the price for the end users?
Okay, thank you very much. Donc, merci bien. Merci pour m'avoir invité à ce webinaire. Donc, dans un premier temps, je dois dire qu'effectivement, au Niger, nous avons un marché naissant, comme vous avez dit. Et ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est qu'au Niger, le gouvernement a vite compris et qu'il a mis en place un système. Dans un premier temps, le projet NESAP, où on a essayé de voir comment est-ce qu'il faut faire pour pouvoir développer le marché. Et dans ce système-là, nous avons deux choses qu'il faut comprendre. D'abord, le gouvernement a mis le levier sur les taxes. C'est-à-dire, il a détaxé l'entrée des produits au Niger pour pouvoir rendre accessibles les produits de qualité. Ça, c'est un. La deuxième chose, c'est que à travers le projet, nous avons mis une ligne de crédit, puisque comme tout à l'heure, l'autre l'a dit, les entreprises ont un problème de financement, c'est-à-dire qu'ils n'ont pas la liquidité pour pouvoir importer les produits et donc, n'est-ce pas, donc, traduire ça sur le terrain au niveau du marché. Maintenant, on a mis en place, à travers le projet NESAP, une ligne de crédit au niveau des banques locales, les banques commerciales locales, à un prix préférentiel. C'est-à-dire, si au niveau sur le marché, le taux est de, par exemple, 12 à 13, 14%, nous avons négocié avec les banques 8% pour que vraiment les entreprises aient accès à ces financements-là et rendre encore plus accessibles les produits au niveau des ménages. Et l'autre chose qu'il faut noter, c'est que nous avons mis une campagne de communication intense, donc à travers, n'est-ce pas, donc des ateliers, c'est-à-dire qu'on a essayé de sensibiliser les entreprises, les consommateurs à travers ces ateliers-là. Nous avons aussi organisé des caravanes, donc qui actionnaient un peu les régions pour démontrer qu'il y a un marché qui arrive et qui est différent de l'autre marché dont tout à l'heure les deux, à savoir Atia a parlé, le Nigeria qui est notre voisin, où les entreprises aillent là-bas se procurer des produits de mauvaise qualité. Mais nous avons dit qu'il faut renverser la tendance donc en allant vers la qualité. Donc pour cela, on a vraiment mis en œuvre, n'est-ce pas, beaucoup de campagnes de sensibilisation et de démonstration aussi. Ensuite, nous avons tenté aussi, n'est-ce pas, donc d'introduire cette campagne-là à travers les radios communautaires. Vous savez, au Niger, hein, c'est un pays très vaste où parcourir le Niger est très difficile. Maintenant, nous avons mis en contribution les radios communautaires pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, donc, atteindre les populations afin de les sensibiliser sur la qualité des produits qu'il faut se procurer que d'acheter un produit aujourd'hui et demain, il faut chercher à en procurer. Maintenant, et de l'autre côté, le gouvernement aussi a mis en place un programme d'allègement, n'est-ce pas, donc des taxes. Donc, maintenant, il faut travailler sur le volume. Plus vous réduisez les textes, plus vous pouvez avoir accès et plus vous aurez de textes en plus. C'est-à-dire que vous allez jouer sur le nombre au lieu de la qualité. Donc, c'était ça. Il y a aussi le renforcement de la capacité des entreprises. Donc là également, on a beaucoup fait pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, donc donner la capacité aux entreprises à travers les nouveaux produits, surtout le RBF, qui était intégré et qui n'est pas compris du tout donc avant l'intégration des projets, surtout le projet Haske. Donc voilà, donc en introduction, ce que je peux dire en attendant de vous donner la parole encore. Merci.
Thank you for that. I think some of you will have AI simultaneous translation activated that probably will do a better job than I. But in a nutshell, what our guest from Anersol was telling us is that to support the demand-side subsidy implementation, the government took a number of different steps to support the building of the market or the building of a conducive ecosystem for this market. And he cited some of the many things that they have done for that. For example, betting on quality verified products and supporting those through the exception of taxes, providing credit lines so that companies would be able to import equipment. They've managed to provide loans to these companies at preferential interest rates. They mentioned negotiating with banks to provide interest rates in the order of 8% as opposed to a prevailing lending rate of around 15%. And then a lot of community awareness activities so that people would bet on quality verified products as opposed to those that are not. And in particular mentioned road shows and radio. Some of these initiatives, I understand, have been implemented through the Haske project that the World Bank is financing and implementing through Anersol. If there is anything I forgot that is crucial, Monsieur Haroun, vous pouvez l'ajouter, mais sinon, je pense que c'était un peu ça. Merci.
En résumé.
Thank you so much. Let's move over to our second key insight with regards to a DSS in a nascent market, and it has been mentioned already quite a bit, and that regards stock. Could we go to the next slide? Thanks. So in nascent markets, demand-side subsidies can create demand, but it does not translate into stock availability. In both countries, stock availability was a major issue and a bottleneck, and international suppliers might be reluctant to enter these markets, and local companies then face capital barriers, as mentioned. So how to go about this? Shagun, could you maybe start by telling a bit more about what made it possible to pre-finance the shipments or provide stock?
Yeah, thanks so much. So yeah, as highlighted by Attila and by Max as well, like that was one of the key barriers for the real good offtake of the program. So Spark shipped products upfront before the RBF payments came through, and we absorbed the working capital risk because the companies present, they did not have the financial means or the backing available. So initial structure, for example, in Niger was the DSS paid the distributors and then who paid to Spark. That created kind of two problems. One was the challenge with respects to access to Forex in some of the markets that sometimes created delay in payments, and sometimes also liquidity crunch at the at the distributor side when the funds were used for more pressing needs to run the working capital. And that was also when Attila and me discussed, and we moved towards it was decided to move towards monthly disbursements as well. And then the model evolved. Like in Liberia, we moved to direct payments to Spark, where they made direct payments, the fund manager, to Spark, and removed the intermediary risk entirely. Also in Niger, in the follow-up payments, we received upfront payment directly from the fund manager, and only a small portion was left over to be paid with RBF. What really helped us was the transparent and open conversation at all times with the program team. It allowed us to really flag risks early on and find workable solutions together, rather than us crying in our own corners and not finding solutions. And the biggest risk we carried were distributors delaying deployments and slow verification, holding up claims. What helped there was the program's genuine efforts to understand the ground level challenges, as I mentioned about the BDS support, and work with the companies to find solutions there as well. So yeah, that really helped move the needle. And we as Spark, we are open to doing this more, and because we feel this is really one of the critical problems in the ongoing RBF regime. But direct supplier payments is what we feel should be kind of structured in by default, and not something which we have to negotiate each time. So something which other programs can also incorporate as part of their operations manual from the start to enable easy flow of products from the go.
Thanks. Max, could you maybe share a little bit more about, aside the extensive coordination with Spark, what other solutions did you find to assure stock was in country?
Yeah, I think I already mentioned a bit earlier about how we approached this, but of course it was what Shagun just mentioned. But beyond that, it was also this business accelerator that we implemented with Bloombank, local bank here in Liberia, where we partnered with them. They already had an approach, or they already had an MSME accelerator, just not in the energy sector, and they had an interest to expand into the sector. And we basically provided support with them. So it was a mutually beneficial partnership there with the bank. And so they helped them to build their capacities, put all these financial systems in place, and at the end, at least one of those companies also received then a loan from the bank through this program, so that and could use this now to make another order. So this was definitely something that was hugely beneficial. And then I think what's important, or was important, that we have to be flexible simply with how we deliver our subsidy, and that we don't get caught up too much in some theoretical concepts. Like for us, for example, at the beginning, we said, oh, demand-side subsidy means there cannot be any advance payments. But okay, then if you say that, well, you're not going to get any results, right? So be flexible on how you approach your subsidy delivery. And also just this approach of pooling orders and so on, and getting companies to come together with the same suppliers, for example. Was paramount to see or help companies to understand here that they are not so much competitors, especially given that the market is so nascent and it's so large, and that they should and can cooperate and still grow together.
Thank you. And Monsieur Aruna, what role does the government play in de-risking the market entry for international suppliers?
OK, thank you very much. Donc, pour nous, donc, le gouvernement a mis en place deux systèmes, deux approches pour pouvoir mettre en confiance les fournisseurs. Au niveau du projet NESAP, c'était vraiment une ligne de crédit, comme je vous le disais, pour que les entreprises aillent locales pour prendre, n'est-ce pas, donc, un crédit et puis importer les produits. Donc là, ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que l'entreprise part au niveau d'une banque avec le prêt donc à un taux préférentiel, il prend le prêt et il préfinance, n'est-ce pas, les stocks. Maintenant, au niveau du projet Haske, c'est tout une autre approche, c'est-à-dire c'est maintenant un préfinancement de stock directement par le projet. Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Aujourd'hui, nous allons signer un contrat avec les entreprises qui vont commercialiser ces produits. Maintenant, il se met en contact avec les fournisseurs, les fabricants, je veux dire. Et une fois qu'ils sont tombés d'accord, maintenant, le projet paye directement le fournisseur. Maintenant, pour mettre en confiance le fournisseur, on lui envoie une lettre de confort. C'est un instrument, n'est-ce pas? Donc, c'est un instrument juridique qui permet, n'est-ce pas, à un parti, n'est-ce pas, d'engager sa volonté quand l'autre partie accomplit son engagement et de le payer. Donc, c'est ainsi qu'on versait 50% des produits à payer dans un premier temps pour que le fabricant puisse envoyer le produit. Une fois le produit sur le terrain au Niger, on lui envoie le montant restant. Donc, voilà pratiquement les deux méthodes, n'est-ce pas, donc, qui sont utilisées au Niger pour pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, donc, mettre en confiance, pour pouvoir vraiment résoudre le problème de stock. Et vous savez, comme il a dit, hein, au début, vraiment, les entreprises n'ont pas de stock et n'ont pas les moyens pour se procurer des stocks. Il fallait mettre des instruments en place afin de les aider à avoir ces stocks. Donc, voilà les deux méthodes. Merci.
So there were two ways or two particular mechanisms the government put in place to allow companies to import equipment. The first one is the line of credit that was mentioned in his previous intervention. Whenever that would work, allowing companies to import equipment. But the second one was to have the project procure equipment directly on behalf of the companies. That is to pay suppliers of equipment directly from the project to supplier on behalf of companies. This included providing a letter of comfort, so suppliers would be at ease at providing these products to companies operating in Niger. And the other thing he mentioned about this arrangement is the fact that they would typically pay installments to suppliers into installments, 50% in advance, 50% when products arrive in country. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's move over to the last key lesson that we have, which is, Max already referred to it, and Attila as well. One has to be flexible. And if we move over to the next slide, is the adaptive subsidy design. So setting subsidy levels generally is tricky, but in these nascent markets with little or limited historical data, that it's even more difficult. So how should program design their approach when data is limited and the real costs of reaching the customers is unclear often? Attila, what information did you use to set the initial subsidy levels? And what information afterwards did you use to adapt it?
Yeah, I would even say we have conducted a socioeconomic baseline study during the conceptual phase and design phase, where we had very detailed insight about socioeconomic indicators at household level in the target communities. Then we looked into, so what's the monthly income of a household? What's the energy expenses? What is the willingness to pay? What's the saving capacity of a household? And then we applied a methodology to determine subsidy level. But the challenge here was especially to see that in one community, you have two different subgroups with variations in the financial or income situation. And this was a bit challenging because our approach was to introduce two different system sizes, a Pico and a solar home system. Our assumption was, okay, the Pico, the subsidy level will be set based on the financial situation of refugee households, and the larger solar home system, there the subsidy level be set related to the financial situation of local or host community households. And our assumption was host community households who disposes more financial means, they were automatically prefer the solar home system and not to decide to buy the Pico. And it was also like this. But what we have observed was that the market growth, the refugee market and the host community market, even having two different systems, which is financially accessible for both target groups, didn't grow in the same pace. Very early, we saw that, okay, there is an imbalance in sales, and this imbalance increased and increased. So we tried hard because we didn't want to change the subsidy levels from the beginning to the end. But at the end, we tried what we observed also, that refugee households, even if they don't have the financial means, they didn't prefer to buy the Pico systems, because on the market there was also the solar home system, which had like 3 lightning points, a larger battery, and very often as promotional action, companies provided also a radio. Even if the solar home system was 2 times higher in terms of the end user price, the households judged the technical benefits of the solar home systems compared to the Pico much more higher. And this led to the fact that the Pico was a bit pushed out of the market because there was no demand, even with the refugee households. And this created also a kind of imbalance. So we tried hard with dedicated awareness raising campaigns only for displaced households. Then with the solar companies, we worked on flexibilized payment options to make the solar home system more accessible for refugee households. All of those measures gave us some impact, but not on a sufficient level. And it was like only in the last 2 months of project implementation to conduct a complementary socioeconomic study to reassess the financial situation of those households. And at the end, we have adopted the subsidy for refugee households. And then I think it took just some couple of weeks, and then we had an incredible growth rate at the refugee market. And I think now we have like 25% sales to refugees households and 75% to host community households. I think that's a good balance because this is also reflecting a bit the demographic structure in the communities. And with this, I think we have achieved to make benefit everyone from the project. Otherwise, there was a risk that only host community members would benefit of the project.
Thanks, Attila. And Shagun, from the company perspective, what costs are often underestimated when selling in these remote areas?
Yeah, I think probably repetitive, but I think the working capital gap between procuring and to eventually getting paid has a real cost. And I think it gets worsens with Forex non-availability or the other challenges. So that is something which at times gets unnoticed. And in general, the awareness and trust in solar at times can be low in the newer, smaller companies as well, who underestimate the longer sales cycle, higher cost per deployment in the really, really off-grid rural areas than what they had initially assumed. This, along with the after-sales cost, with no strong service infrastructure, is expensive and can be usually under budgeted. So that's also something we have been working closely with our distribution partners to ensure that they all are aligned and getting ready. And initiatives which EnDev has been doing in supporting companies, like moving products to the focus areas or intervention with respect to really focused marketing, also goes. And also these companies probably learn that how to make use of this. What Spark is really trying to do as a, I would say, an ecosystem player, use DSS cycles to build the distributor capacity, all in terms of financially, in sales and after sales, so that the business survives when the subsidy phases down and sustainable business models are in place for eventually the markets to operate.
Thanks. And then lastly, I would like to quickly go to Monsieur Aruna. Could you share a little bit on data availability from a government perspective, and also what design choices that you make with geographical or more socioeconomic targeting? Are you still there? Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Ok, donc merci beaucoup pour la question. Donc maintenant, au niveau du moment ici, ce qu'il faut comprendre, la conception. Merde. Comme ça.
You are breaking up a little bit. Do you have the same feather or not? Is it me?
Yes, and I think in any case we have reached the top of the hour.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if we should just move to closing.
Let's do that. We will send the PowerPoint with a bit more elaborate insights into the different learnings after this webinar has taken place. And we will then also incorporate Monsieur Aruna's feedback. Over to you, Fede.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the participants, but especially to all the speakers from EnDev, private sector, and Anersal. I hope you all found this interesting and informative. From my side, I would say there were three key takeaways, and these are that in this case, we've chosen to build on markets to deliver targeted subsidies so that even the poorest and the hardest to reach, the most remote people can have access to energy. We have chosen markets, but where these markets are nascent, then we need additional financing mechanisms, that additional interventions to make this work. And you've cited quite a few. It goes from community awareness and engagement to supporting companies build their skills or access credit or wider policy or ecosystem interventions. I understand it was good that we also had World Bank funded programs implemented by by governments that were able to do some of these. And the third one is that this seems to yes, I'll just finish this. It seems to have worked, and we can integrate this type of subsidies into our World Bank funded operations to at the same time develop markets and also reach the hardest to reach. It will be a bit more complicated, but it's something that we have been able to do. Liberia, at least I understand, is a success story where there is a commitment to scale this approach, and it's something that we can look forward to doing it in other contexts where these type of solutions may be relevant. We in a couple of weeks will be talking about the other two countries, Malawi and Uganda. In the meantime, feel free to reach out with any questions you may have for EnDev or for our ESMAP team working on supporting this type of subsidies. I'll leave it at this. Thanks again a lot to the speakers and to the participants, and looking forward to the next one. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.